Hello. Hi, everybody. Hi. Happy Saturday. Oh my goodness. We just had the holiday time. How'd it go? I'm happy to be back. Well, hi Prithvi, welcome in. I'm happy to be back. It was a nice little relaxing break. But you know me, if I go too long without streaming, I start to miss you guys. You know me. Let's say hi to everybody. Let's say hi. Omelet is here. Hi, Omelet. He came in and grabbed the first redeem. Hi, Roy. Hi, Roy. The gravy had no flavy. That's unfortunate. Oh, look at me go. Como is happy to see you guys too, and listen to him go. Listen to him chip and chirp in the background, huh? Chara is here. Hello, Lord of the Cheese. Lord of Cheese, welcome in. I would like some root beer. Yeah, we're busting it down together. Come on, bird. What a silly bird. What a silly bird. Ptolemy's here. Hi, Ptolemy, welcome in. David's here. He came in and threw me another Prime sub for for his 14th month. Woohoo! Very cool of you, David. Thank you. Thank you. Jack is here. Hey, Diva. Hey, Diva. Hi, Jack. Come on, bird. Ooh, he's a little bothered. He's a little bothered lately. He's got pin feathers growing in, so he's chirping. He's bothered and chirping, but it's, you know, it's good that at least he's energetic, right? Jawazaki here. Hi, Jaw. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy hanging out today. Whoa, like a pufferfish. Let's see. Prithvi. Hi, Prithvi. I already said hi to you, but it's okay. I'll say hi again. Tomo, come here. Come here, little bird. What's up? You need something? You need something, little Tomo? I don't know what his deal is. Ethereal's here. Hi, Ethereal. Nice to see you. We're busting it down together, me and Jerma. That's the dream. Before stream, I started to watch the, his Thanksgiving video with, Stir and Poke and, Vinny. But I was like, geez, stop watching this. You gotta get ready for stream. And then I opened up the sponsorship stuff, and then I was like, what do you mean the campaign's over? Hi, Mo. Hi, Mo. Welcome in. Cygnus is here. Cygnus has been here for 20 streams in a row. That's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful. Hi, Mo. We're gonna be a French community today. Is the, Tomo, I can't think. Here. We're gonna have a seeds bribe. I'm gonna put it in your foraging tray. Just a little bit here. I know you were in your foraging tray earlier, but let's give you some more. He was just chilling earlier, but I start to stream and then he's like, bird, I'm a bird. Of course he is a bird. Oh yeah, get to bed, Prithvi. It's super late for you. Night-night. Good-night. Is the French word for community Communite? I don't know how it would be pronounced, but is it spelled like that? Check it out. We're playing this game today. So yeah, I thought the sponsorship would go through to the end of November 29th. Instead of it would stop starting on November 29th. Like, I thought this was the last day. So I don't know. I'm still happy with what I made out of the last sponsorship stream. But I don't know. There was like achievements to get to, and in a way that was really exciting to me. Not just because I was going to be paid for them. You know what I mean? But it's fine. This game is super cute and fun anyway, so we're gonna play it. We are in the little server. If you guys wanna join, you can just like it's. I suppose you could join on mobile or through Steam now. Whichever you'd like to do. Capitalist Crystal? No, you see, the thing is, there's no money in this game. Hi, Tomo. There's no money in this game. This city isn't built on money or profit or anything. It's just all about restoring nature and life to this barren world. Well, yeah. Oh, we got a new little friend. Look, look, look. I feel better. Oh! He's an old dirt dude? Oh, he's a coconut. Oh, we earned coconut tiles. I love that. We earned coconut tiles. Yeah, if you download this game, get through the tutorial, then, you can hop into my server either by finding Cheesecake Cuddle Pile, or, I got a link here. Hi, Leo, welcome in! There you go. Is that, like, you can follow that link if you like. Follow the link if you like. Let's see. Yeah. How are you guys doing today? We have some quests that we can follow. Oh, let me check on my, my gnome castle. My cool gnome castle. There we go. We only need 2 more people to finish building the castle proper itself. But yeah, we have our funny little king who's decided to live here. Yes, Tomo? Nom nom castle, don't eat it. Don't eat it. It's not edible. Although, you know, these buildings, they do kind of look cake-ish sometimes. A little bit cake-like. What, Tomo? You want some attention? Come here. What do you want? I don't know what little birdie wants. Come here. What's up? Hi. You just see me chirping and you want to chirp too? That might be what's going on. That might be all it is. I was playing with them earlier too. You gonna sing? You've been getting better at that one. You've been getting better at the Chocobo song. Thought of the day. Did you know that on a scale from 1 to 10, chat be cute? Where does that land on the scale? Is it 10? Is it 10? Because I think it is. You don't want to sing, Tomo? He likes it though. He's happy. What a sweet birdie. You want to hang out here? That'd be the theme of the eve for me. You all be cute and should enjoy being a lovely goober. I think Tomo's a lovely goober. You're a lovely little goober, Tomo. I think Chat's a lovely goober, and I think Moat Shrimp's a lovely goober, and Ptolemy's a lovely goober. Sweet little bird, sweet little bird. He's going. Little munchy bird. While he does that, let's go ahead and see what quests can be done. Oh, we got people here! Ethereal and Jack have joined. I love that. I like that a lot. Where are we going? Ooh, we were building out this area over here. I don't know who was working over... 40 months? Oh my goodness, that's incredible. Hey, where's my... What's up to my sub counter? Oh, is it not counting Prime subs? That's crazy. That's crazy. Well, thank you so much for your sub. You ready? You ready? Someone's gonna sing with me too, I bet. Happy birthday for subscribing to me. Thank you very much because you could have watched for free. Please enjoy the emotes and watching without ads. Thank you for supporting me. I'm glad we could be friends. Yay! How's it going, Caspi? It's almost December. Imagine being forced to sing the anthem of another bird. I think he would like chocobos. Actually, you know, I think he would be terrified of chocobos. They're very big birds. They are very large birds. But he does like the song. He likes how it goes. Is that right, little bird? Ooh, you're moving into your new flat on Wednesday. I'm so happy for you, Caspi. I'm so happy for you. You guys want to know something? Yeah, I gotta get a clip this. You wanna know something? You wanna know something? Some of you might already know, but I've never played a Final Fantasy game. Like a little bit. Like I've played a little bit, but most of my Final Fantasy experience is theater rhythm. Most of the Final Fantasy that I've played is theater rhythm. And you know what? That's okay. I still love the little Chocobo song. Mo! Thank you so much for your sub! Lies, lies, lies! What do you mean? I haven't said anything untruthful. Happy birthday for subscribing to me. Thank you very much because you could have watched for free. Please enjoy the emotes and watching without ads. Thank you for supporting me. I'm glad we could be friends. Yay! Yay, we're friends, Mott. Thank you. Mott. I don't know why I said it like that. 11 months. 11 beautiful months. I really do. If I'm gonna play a Final Fantasy game, there was one... There was one I was considering, like, trying first. Ugh. I don't remember. Because suddenly I'm thinking of Dragon Quest. I know if I was gonna try Dragon Quest, I would try 9 first on the DS. Or maybe 5. Final Fantasy 9. It's got that funny little wizard. This character's name is Vivi, right? Sorry, I'm in the way. My big old dang wing is in the way. That character's Vivi, right? Yeah, I'd like to try it. I'd like to try it. It's on PlayStation. Which means it's not going to be hard to find a legitimate copy to rip the disc and use my own ROM legally to emulate on my PC. Because that's the legal way to do it. It looks like, just from the framing of this poster, it looks like this kid is the main character. Excuse me. How come I have no idea who that is? How come I've never heard of this character? Never seen this character? Who is this? I have no idea. Hi, Ainsley. It's nice to see you. I feel like it's been a bit. Welcome in. 9 is good. Final Fantasy 7 is a bit all over. Final Fantasy 8 is lovely and my favorite, but an acquired taste. I know Beanie likes that one. FF9 is a refined version of the PS1 era. I know that, like, some of them are varying levels of, like high fantasy versus, like, sci-fi versus, like, steampunkish kind of situation. I know I really like high fantasy. Oh, hydrate, thank you, Ainsley. Whoops, knocked over that lip balm. I'm gonna put that there. It's finally getting cold, which means I'm starting to need lip balm all the time again. Zippy zippy. Hi. You still having a chirpy time? Give me a kiss. Mwah. Good boy. Good boy. Yeah, I have no idea who this character is. I feel like if they're gonna be front and center in the box art, then I should know, right? I definitely have seen this character before. It's a very, like, memorable design, I think. But I don't really recognize any of the others except for this one, of course. Uematsu looks at FF9 as his magnum opus. Ooh, okay, okay. Tomo, you're chirping directly in my ear. It's distracting me. Little bird! Little bird! Leo's doing good. I've got an on together lobby open so I can lock in on my refs. Yeah, sounds fun, sounds fun. I'll be playing this game. So I don't think I'll join this time. Ainsley's been busy with many things, so I haven't been able to watch streams much. Hey, that is a-okay. That is a-okay. Come here, Tomo bird. What's up? You've been all chirps since the beginning of the stream. All chirps! Right, Tomo? I wish I didn't break my webcam arm for the Tomo cam. There he is. There he is, my little guy, and my arm's in the way of the mic, so of course I'm sure it's like muffled or whatever. I haven't played Crystal Chronicles, nope. I have not. I don't know if I've consumed the OST either. I think I just kind of know the Chocobo song because it's cute and great. But I would like to play Crystal Chronicles. Let's see what else is new. We built out this area. Yes, little bird? What, you want kisses again? You want more kisses? You want more birdie kisses? I gave you plenty of birdie kisses before the stream. Mm-hmm. You good boy. Well, yippee! Thank you, Caspi. We're yippee mode now. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. I can't pay attention to you the whole time. I gotta stream, little bird. Is that okay? He's demanding my attention. He says, you must play with Tomo. You must be with Tomo. There you go. I'll give you some scritches. My sweet birdie. He's a sweet birdie. He just says, Mimi's yelling at the, chirping at the computer again. Okay. I just want to clear these notifications because every time I see a notification, I'm like, ah! You know what I mean? Well, somebody built out this, windmill, but I haven't done the, oh, Jack's working on it. I see, I see. Hey, we only need one person left for this castle. Well, enjoy your animation stuff. Bye, Caspi. Bye, Caspi. Okay. Okay, I know what I would like to do. Yay, thank you, Jack, for helping me build these. Give a taste of the Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles OST. Check out Magi is Everything. Go ahead and send it in the music channel in my server and I'll give it a listen. Give it a listen. Yeah, lock in, Leo. Thank you for lurking. It's nice to have you here. Nice to have you. What's this? I got a notification bubble here. Oh, free sparks. Yay! I like the music in this game too. Maybe it's going to be a little louder. There we go. I just don't want it to be too loud, you know what I mean? What's the game you're playing? I'm playing Communite. I did a sponsored stream for this earlier, and I thought the sponsorship was still going through today, but I guess yesterday was the last day, and it was until November 29th. I thought I still had some time today to do the sponsorship, but that's fine. That's all fine with me. It's still a fun game. I'll still play it anyway. It's called Communite. It's a little mobile game that's multiplayer. Little multiplayer free mobile game that you can get it on Steam too. But basically we're all getting together to, it's a city builder game, but we're all getting together to restore life. Ooh woo. Restore life to this barren world. And we can team up with little animal critters to do so. We can help each other build our items and stuff like that. It's a fun time. It's a fun, chillin', nice time. Hello, Chara! I'm a they, them. So I would appreciate not being called daughter, if that's okay. But hi! Welcome in! Yes, I'm a they, them. Hello, my they, them. How's it going? Okay, let's talk to Lily. Lily, the fairy butter frog, is my favorite. Oh, pronoun check. Thank you, Jack. That's timely. Hi. I have pronouns. You have pronouns. Probably. We're cashing in our pronoun check at the Woke Bank. If I don't know your pronouns, chances are I don't know how to refer to you. So if you would like to, you can share your pronouns in chat. Well, another pronoun check. Wow. Everybody's free to share their pronouns in chat. I use they, them, or am/air pronouns. That is, they are going to the store to get themselves a transformer. Or A is going to the store to get himself a transformer. Yee! I use all of your pronouns and I'm never returning them. That's valid. That's valid. They, him, cheese. My pronouns are he, him, but like cooler this time. All of them horde pronoun like dragon. I love that for you, Leo. They, them for telling me. Good, good, good. I feel weird saying hello, my doll. I do love some platonic affection. But that does feel like a little much. Lily. This cutie Lily. Cutie little Lily. Butterfrog. She's a fairy. She's a little fairy. She was a fairy. I don't know that TikTok audio. It's. I'm just a shrimp. Look at that little shrimp. Look at that friendly neighborhood shrimp. He, him for ethereal. Good, good, good. Okay. She's so cute. I can't believe how cute she is. You'd like to keep spreading pawns around the world with me? I'm so thankful, I don't know what to say. Not there. I don't quite want to do it there. Ooh, let's help build these. In theory, I'll put them down. Whoa. Oh, yeah, we're building out a... this area was for a while. Like, if you look here, this is wait, no, there's a different area that has Pallet Town from Pokemon built up. I just saw this like sort of hall area, and it seemed like Route 1 to me. Let's see. Let me go back to there. Home? Oh. I grew a house! If we're on a platonic ride, I love you, Cheese. Many of us love you, and you should take that to heart. You guys are so sweet. You're so sweet. Thank you, Mode. I appreciate you so hard. Yippee! Okay, what are we doing here? This is my house, huh? What do you do at a house? I want these. No, I put that in the wrong spot. That's fine. No, I don't want these, actually. Yeah, I actually accidentally did that in the wrong spot. That's okay, though. That's fine. Let's get some water going. We'll build a little pond next to my house. I got no issue with that. We can terraform it later if we want to. Oh, hello, buddy. Hello, you. Let's get some bamboos. Bamboozle it a little bit in there. And some lily pads. There we go. Think of all the joy. Think of the joy all the different lifelings will feel in this habitat we've made. Ribbit! Oh, bother. I also croak when I contemplate happiness. Ah, she's so cute. She's so cute. Okay, I want to see what's going on with this house thing. Spend kindness. What does that mean? If I spend, like, kindness points in this area, let's put a house sign there. If I build in this area, is that all that means? I'm gonna need some help with these things. Let's get some mushrooms. Couple rocks here and there. Some acorns. Acorns, but there's no oak trees. Oak trees. Acorns are the seeds of an oak tree, right? Whoa. Come on, bird. Here, let me turn on the light real quick. Sun's starting to set, and it's already like snowy and overcast, so it's getting kind of dark in here. So let me do that real quick. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. While I was up, I was thinking maybe Tomo is just like excited and could use a nap, maybe. So I covered him up for a nap. We'll uncover him in like half hour or something like that. I think that sounds good. I think that sounds good. Okay, yeah, we need trees. Oh wait, there's trees right here. I want these ones. Meadow tree. Because I would love to live in a little meadow. What level's up? 16's pretty good. I would like a little path leading from my house. We'll take that. Hi, Delmo. There we go. That's my home. Join tiles. What does that do? Oh, these tiles need to... Ah, I see. Once we work together on these tiles, that'll progress that. Let's get apple trees. Okay, you guys can help me build my home if we get these tiles done. Take care. Because I haven't done that yet. Hi, Mom. Oh, let's get a well. Well. What have we here? Hi, Tomo. Put a well back here. That'd be nice. Oh, the kindness keeper. Hello, kindness keeper. Let us begin building. Yay! There we go. Back over here. I wonder where you get your house from, because I didn't have this when I first started playing the server. I think maybe Tomo doesn't want a nap. Let's bring him back out. What do you want, little bird? Maybe he's happy. Maybe he's happy and fine as it is, and he just wants to chirp. That's not bothering you, is it, guys? I hope it's not bothering you. He's just a little bird. He just wants to chirp. That's just what little birdies do. I just hope it's not directly in my ear. Yeah, you're so cute up on my shoulder, huh? Oh, these over here? Whoa, right. So I realized after our sponsorship stream... Oh, hi, Jack! Have fun! Have a good day! I realized for our first sponsorship stream, there was something that was like complete the Yeti quest. And it was Yeti with 2 T's, and I'm like, that must be somebody's name. And this is Berber. That's different from Yeti. But then I realized that like there was a button you could press to see like a picture for more information. And this was the Yeti quest. Berber was the Yeti quest. That's fine though. Come on. I'm not crying, I'm just so happy you're here. Let's build out more pond. Hi, Domo. Oh, I like these. Like, literally, the white buttercups are, I think, the cutest tile in the game. I think they're the cutest. Hey, you want to stand here? I think they are simply the cutest. I like the clovers a lot, too. There we go. Since I'm half frog, I can sense that this pond is extremely comfortable. Thank you so much, Ribbit! Yeah, keep building. That's a fine place for it, honestly. Put some rocks down. Put some lily pads down. Put some of these things down. These, they look like fallen leaves. Oh, they're lily leaves. Lily leaves. You know, we could sort of build it out like a river. I dig it, actually. Lily leaves. There we go. Amazing! This world was so barren and empty when you arrived. Before you arrived. I'm so glad you're here, Ribbit. I suppose we can't do a quest with her, at least for another minute. That's fine. We can wait 1 minute. I want to go see what Ethereal's up to in the meantime. What are we doing? Let's build up this. Yay! Lovely little... what is that? Is that like funny coral or something? Ooh, we got some like... this looks like swamp biome kind of stuff. I dig it. Super fun. What? Something I can help with here? No? Excuse me. Oh yeah. There's a little fellow over here too that we can help with. We can help uncover them. A little friend. I want to see where the other lost souls are. Oh yeah, this one. Look at this one. Look how cute. Look how cute and sweet you are. What a voice. Whoa! Ooh, wow! That's so silly and cute! What? Let's tend to this area. Take care. Hank Hill? It sounds like Hank Hill to you! I guess I can see it. Let's see, this is easy. That one right there. That one right there. Let's do that. Like that. Like that. Like that. 6 moves, then it's done. Pretty good. That one wasn't so bad when you think about it. When you really think it over. I think Tomo's starting to chill out. I think he's starting to calm down a little bit, which is good. Patience, dear friend. We have much left to do. Aww. Let's go ahead. I can't get over her. She's too cute. Let's put it here. Hi, Tomo. Well, that's fine. the different sort of materials they provide sort of like makes the area sort of shift naturally from one area to the other. Encourages a natural shift in you know, what's going on, right? Hello, you. Can I build there? Thank you. Get a couple more grasses. All done. Sorry about that, I croak when I'm excited. You don't have to ever be sorry, Lily. Oh, hi, Bye Flame. I feel like it's been a little while. Welcome in. Stream has been lagging like crazy for me because Twitch hates me today. Oh no! I mean, it looks fine now, but earlier and lately it's kind of something that Twitch has been doing. Where it'll say that I've got bad bitrate, bad connection, when on the OBS side everything is fine, and I ask people if there's like delays or skipping or anything, and they're like, nope, it's perfect. So yeah, I don't know. Someone else chirping in the background by Flame. I think he's kind of just a little excited in general today, but you know, he's happy to see you. Oh, there's a big fight in the basement going. Whoa. I think Jack might have it. Unless we gang up on him. I hear my little buddy, yeah! Little Como bird. How you doing today, Bye Flame? Doing good? It is good to see you. Who won? Oh, it was Jack! Congrats, Jack! Alright, let's tend to this area. Take care of this area. Okay. This one was maybe a little more challenging. Like that? Whoa. I give up on trying to do this in very little moves. I guess 10 isn't so bad. Hi, Kelmo. He's jumped onto my arm. I've been good, how are you? I'm in a nice mood. I'm chilling. I feel relaxed. Oh, look at this little guy. Hello, buddy. These little ones. Ah, they're so cute. This game is so stinky cute. See who's hanging out with us. Oh, Snail! Welcome in, Snail. Welcome to the server. We get something for making ecosystems, right? That. I think my brain just processed how long it's been and it's wild. How long has it been? Blossoming Lake. Willow! Lily Pond. And then we'll do a different one over here. Once that recharges. I think Blossoming Lake is nice. Let's try that. Oh, it's at least 2 months? That is wild. That is wild. That does make sense. Overgrown field. Sure, we'll take it. Okay, Lily. What do you have next for me? I'm not crying. I'm just happy you're here. Let's build it down here. Lots of clovers. Oh, I like this. I like that. Some water going. Some grass. grass. I like how some of the clovers are like yellow and they got little X's in them. And some of these. Yeah, looks good to me. Oh. Accidentally upgraded one of those rocks. That's okay with me. There we go. This is adorable, truly. Whoopsie daisy, I croak when I tell the truth too. Probably longer because my last rendition of my model was the poorly drawn one. Do you have a new one, by Flame? I didn't think it was poorly drawn, for the record. Sweet! Ugh, I'm so excited to get the giant taro. Giant taro, it's so cute. Like, this is like peak fairy core. Is like a big leaf that has a dewdrop on it. I don't know how to explain it. That's my gender right there. Oh, the little face. Okay. I've gone through 2 iterations. Ooh, that's exciting. Okay. Rap-a-bap-a-bee-bo. It's sort of been like building outwards, but let's try to keep it concise again. Get some trees going. Rab-a-bab-a-bee-bo. Some bamboos. Yeah, having these be like different, well, having these be like different sets of tiles for every quest, it really does make it like a more, feel like a more organic shift between, little diverse areas, so to speak. I do want to clean this up just a little bit though. Oh, I can't upgrade them if I'm not using Lilia. Okay, I see, I see. I wonder where this river is trying to lead. Let's try to have it, like, curve up to the right for our next Lily quest. Our next Lily quest. Oh, we got a couple minutes. Let's go see what Berber wants. No, let's see what Nuts wants. Oh! Oh, we can't do any quests in a little bit. Okay, I see. That's fine with me. What's going on over here? Ooh. Lots to help with. Maybe that's why they don't let you just endlessly grind the quests. It's like, stop, take it easy. You gotta go, like, help, right? You gotta go help people. What? Share button. I don't know where that came from. Invite, I see. Busy little campsite over here, huh? So cute. It's an art sharing? I'll go check real quick. Aw. Other people doing good art. How have I not seen all this today? Oh, because it all... it all came after I started streaming. Oh, sick! Wait, bye Flame! This is cool! What a cool character! I love it! Thank you for sharing. They're so cute. It's my most recent booty. Welcome back. Buzzbot's here too. Of course, you cannot get away from Buzzbot. I mean, you can. Well, there we go. Little tent down here. Ooh, that was intense. Ha ha ha. What a delightful little world that Ethereal's building up here. So nice. So sweet and nice. I like this little mushroom village. Let's upgrade that house even more. Oh, let's help with that. Ah, I can take care of his crops. Wow, that was intense. That bad, huh, Ethereal? Okay. Let's put that there. That there. That there. And like that. That's fine. I feel like I could have done it better, but that's fine. Have a good day. Bye, Flame. Thank you so much for stopping in again. It was nice to see you. It was nice to see you again. What? Such plentiful vegetables. So vegetable. With lots of little scarecrow friends. So many scarecrow residents. Wow, lots of taking care that we can do. Even the buildable tile. Six moves. I've never been able to do this in less than 6 moves. You think it's possible? Maybe just with the right setup? Maybe. Something I can help with here? Okay, back home. Whoa, who's that little caterpillar buzz? That was so cute! Well, is it too loud? It seems too loud. There, is that better? Okay, Lily, let's make this river do fun things. What? Over here? This is Ethereal's place. Back home. Back home. That little caterpillar bus thing is so cute. And then let's build out here. Sort of make it curve like this. Add some trees. Naturally, add some trees. sort of fill it out. I do wish we could get behind the, well, just barely. I just want to curve the river a little more. Finish quest. There we go. All done. This is beautiful. Ponds mean an awful lot to me. Ribbit. Whoops, I croak when I open up about myself. Never mind, let's make our pond larger. Yeah! More pond, more pond, more pond. We're gonna have our boots soaked by the time we're done with this. Oops, there goes that. Or there is that, at least. Whoops. I just get excited tip-tapping away. I guess Lily got excited too. There's the buttercups. The buttercups are just so cute, guys. Put a cozy little house here, too. I love it. Let's make this a little ecosystem. River with one house on it. Rocky water. Yeah. Bo. Oh, I leveled up again. Bo. Ooh. New stuff. Okay. More of these flowers. I haven't even filled in the water yet. Let's get some of these. Some of these. And some grass. Let's grow some of the grass into cattails. Oh, that's fine. Since I'm half fairy, yeah! Little fairy frog. Not ready for a quest yet? 6 minutes! Oh boy, oh boy. Okay. Then we'll have to find something to do before we can build our river any longer. You guys are free to join, by the way. The game is free, so hop in. How can I approach this? Wildly, without caring. That's certainly one way I can approach it. Yay! Because it'll all fall into place anyway. I just get a little extra points. And, you know, it's kind of like a challenge, right? It's kind of a challenge to get it all. in as few steps as possible, right? You know what I mean? Oh, we have an ad starting in about a minute. I appreciate you guys sticking around to the ad. I'll see you on the other side. Let's see. That up there, first of all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's fine. It's fine. I can take it as a challenge if I want to care enough. If I want to care enough about it. Oh, that's so cozy. Tomo's calmed down too. He's chilling on my knee now. Little brown bunny. We found little brown bunny. We found them. Hello, little brown bunny. Oh, I love you. I love you. I love you. Not build. Tap the bunny. No, don't build. Tap the bunny. Huh? I can't tap the bunny? No, little brown bunny. Oh, I can tap the other guys. What about this one? Yay, I can tap that one. Yay, little brown bunny. Oh, what a sweet little village. Did I make this? I must have made this village. Hello. Oh, I love the little white and green bunny too. Eee! So little guy. Wait, how come I can't click on him sometimes? Yay, ethereal! I have a build idea. We'll have to put it near the... We'll have to put it near the gnome zone. Oh, we don't have to. What if I do put it near my house? I want it to feel kind of remote. The sibling service, yeah! Woo! They're upgrading me. I'll take it. Welcome back from ads, by the way. Nice to have you back. I want to upgrade all these buttercups. Be done soon. Would you guys say the music is too loud or too quiet or neither? Little buddy. Look at that tiny little smile. Ooh, little buddy. Ooh, little buddy. I kind of want it to be in like a woodsy area, you know what I mean? So maybe I'll bring Nuts around and he's gonna help me build a woodsy area in this place. For now, yeah, I kind of want this to just be like a pretty little area. Oh yeah, let me check out the new stuff I got in my inventory. Is that new pond stuff? Oh, a swamp! Whoa! Or at least make that grassy water, yeah. Hi Omega, welcome in! It's nice to see you today, how you doing? Okay, we're ready for another quest. Let's start... Let's start down here. Cause I like how it's... Whoa. I like how it's looking with the clovers and stuff. Hey again there, buddy. I've got a good idea for what we can build this time. Also, I have a badge I want to tell you about. Okay. Let's go... over here. Get some smaller trees, get some taller trees. Get some little flowers. Get some logs. Get some stumps. Get more flowers, honestly. More flowers! If you would believe that I would want such a thing. What? Cheesecake? No way. Cheesecake wants more flowers? I won't believe it. Okay. I got a badge for honestly discussing my emotions. Good for you. Good for you, Nuts. You're working like usual? I mean, hey. Get the bag, right? Acquire the bag. But it's good to see you. It's good to see you. Okay. Let's go build nature! Yeah, let's do it. Let's build it here. We can build a little hill out here. A few little hills. That's gonna take some help, but that's fine. Some tulips. The tulips are so cute too. We can upgrade them. 2 tulips. Let's fill in the grass. Oh, this little buddy. Hello, 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 hello. I love just their little smiles. Fill it out over here too. Let's finish that. I got a badge for admitting I made a mistake. Is it leaving the period out of your sentence? I think his laugh is funny. Respectfully. But a single tent with a single lamp. Trees! We need trees! Trees are here, trees are there. Treason. Can't upgrade those, that's fine. It's tree season, which means it's time for treason. I would never commit treason. I have integrity. This guy's a little achievement hunter, isn't he? A little achievement hunter? A little achievement hunter buddy? Okay. Can't work with him for another 7 minutes? That's fine. We can build out what we've got here. What was it this time? I can't even think of it. Was it the treason bit? Was it just not funny? Let's see. Cool. Look at me! Doing, 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 doing. So cute. I don't even know what that little mini game is supposed to be. It's like, are we rearranging them? Are we rearranging it? Oh my god, I love this little critter. Oh, it's so cute. Let's go build things. OMG, I love building things. Yowie! Little coral area. Very good. Lovely little coral zone. Chewy. Excuse me. I do like how natural a lot of this feels. Let's go. Oh, what's over here? Oh, these things. That's fine. Yet more! Yet more corals to build. Plenty of rich little corals. Oh, hi buddy. Little brown bunny. Hello, little brown bunny. Okay. Man, I really don't have much, of the, like, wilderness woods kind of stuff yet. Let's build a path out from my house. There we go. I want some real tall trees over here. And I want... Let's swap out the ocean stuff for the castle pack. Hi, Jane Stretch. Hi, Isaac. Welcome in. Welcome in. My Zippy. And a feels nice, actually. Ooh, I don't know if I've stretched all day. How's it going, friend? Oh my god, I need to get the finished arts to you. I keep forgetting. I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna go to my to-do list. It's gonna be done after stream, I promise. We're gonna do send Isaac full res images. I gotta like make this in steps. I gotta note it down in steps, otherwise I'll never like commit to doing it. Upload them to Google Drive. Link the folder to him. Okay. Now I'm not gonna forget. I'm trying to beat my last route finally after many years for 3 houses. Ooh, which one? Which one? I want a mysterious tower. Mysterious tower. Nah, not with those. Well, we can sort of like sprinkle them around to make it seem haunted. There we go. Get some pumpkins. No big pumpkin allowed yet. Yeah, put another scarecrow over here like it's some kind of effigy. Mysterious tower is how Freddy Fez Fright gets into your save game. Hi, Steampunk. Welcome in! Verdant Wind, I was saving the best for last. I have 5 chapters or so left. Ooh, that's so exciting! It's so exciting! I only ever ended up beating the Azure Winds. Azure, the blue one. The Dimitri route, the Blue Lions. Azure... I forgot what it was. Moon! Yeah, exactly. That's the only one I ended up doing, and it was great. I loved it. I started Silver Snow route and then never finished it. I sort of got to, I don't know, like a little bit ways of the ways past, a little bit of a ways past the point where you would, like, decide to be like, no, Edelgard, I'm not gonna help you, actually. And from there, it was just kind of, I fell off. I would like to play it again, though, for sure. Every time I think of Fire Emblem, though, I think about, I need a Switch 2. Before the new game comes out. It feels satisfying to say no to Edelgard. Yeah. Yeah, I can certainly see that. A scarecrow effigy. Scarecrow effigy. Is there like a sign upgrade we could do? The wide eyes make it a little scary. Who are your faves in that game, Isaac? I always liked the most Linhardt, Sedith. I mean, those are the ones that I think off the top of my head. I really liked Ingrid and the little orange girl. I don't remember her name. Annabelle, maybe? It has been a couple years. Claude, Flame, Mercedes, and Dorothea. Annette. Yeah, that's who it was. Little orange girl. Where'd the music go? Hey, game, where's my music? Why did it get so quiet? Dude, tall, thick grasses all throughout this area. It'd be super spooky. Mushrooms, actually. We need some mushrooms. Because mushrooms are for, like, evil witches and stuff. I liked Ash, too. Yeah, this little bit over here, totally not haunted. Totally not haunted. Imagine not playing Slime Rancher right now. Hello, welcome in. Welcome in, friend. It's nice to meet you. I have a feeling that you would rather I be playing a different game. What's up? Nice to meet you. I'm Cheesecake. I have Slime Rancher. I have the first Slime Rancher. I don't have the second one. I got it for free on Epic Games, like 3 years ago or something. You had to buy it for $5 on Steam? It was a while ago. It was a long time ago. Do you have the second game? There you go, little bird. I just wanted to cross my knees, cross my leg. And Tomo was standing there. I might buy the second game. I'm also not finished with the first. That's fair, that's fair. Yeah, I like it. It's really cute. It's a really cute game. I'll make all this grass really big and scary. Your big scary mushrooms. Bees? Bees are scary. Let's get bees. Yeah, it's just super haunted over here. That's all. Nothing to it. Simply haunted. Nothing to be done. Not the bees! Developers of Slime Rancher, give me co-op and my life is yours. Co-op would be really fun. It really would be. You know what? I think I stopped playing Slime Rancher when I felt like it was getting too hard. I'm kind of like that with games where you have to manage resources and stuff. I get a little, like, lazy about it. I don't know how they haven't put co-op in. Maybe they're feeling like they, like, they're better off putting their work into, like, Slime Rancher 2 right now. I don't know, like, maybe they could do it in Slime Rancher 2. And that could be what the 2 is about. Because it's 2 players. Wouldn't that be nifty? Oh, beautiful. Dude, was that 4 moves? It was just like set up for that. It's out and it doesn't have co-op. Oh, it's like finished? Like they're not gonna be updating it anymore? Yeah, sweet. Once this, well, maybe there's like a cemetery area that I can, like upgrade later. Or that I can integrate into this stuff later. Those evil carrots or something, I don't know. I wonder what these other spots are. Reach level 21, 24 to get those? Okay. Okie dokie. Alright, let's see what we can do for our friend Nuts over here. Wanna build some more? I'll tell you about some of my badges too. Of course you will. I don't want to put, whatchamacallums. Tents over here, because I don't want there to be, like, people too close to the evil area. We should not be encouraging people to live at the evil area. It's too evil over there, you can't do it. It's not advisable. I got a badge for exquisite dental hygiene. What, did you eat a tree? Ooh. Pinecone tree! We get pinecone tree now! Yay! Slime Rancher streams are so dead. Ugh. It seems like something that'd be fun to play sometime, but I've got so much queued up already, you know what I mean? You feel? The music in this game is so nice. But the volume's really inconsistent sometimes. Oh, suddenly now it's quieter? I don't get it. Ooh, yeah, become the change you want to see in the world. Become a VTuber! Be a streamer! That is really good advice. Mushrooms. We need evidence of mushrooms. Just to warn of the evil. Hints of mushrooms. Rocks are scary too. Hold on, we can get like a... Oh, we can't build like a pebble cairn or something? There's a boulder. Oh, is that what this is? Or are those more flowers? It pops up for a sec. That's fine. What? Wow, look at these beautiful mushrooms. Don't you wanna step in? Doesn't it look cozy? Let's get more buttercups around here. Let's make it super dense with buttercups in this fairy ring. Just to show its power. Yeah, so many buttercups. These are cute. I eat the mushrooms. No! Don't eat my mushrooms. How are we going to trap people? I mean... How are we going to... grow our mycelial network? More buttercups. More buttercups, buttercup. Let's put tulips in this one. I can't upgrade the tulips yet, but that's fine. So cute! I wonder if you can just like go over and erase other people's stuff. Oh my god, you can. That's crazy. That's so rude. That's so rude. So rude. Try to make it a little natural. A couple cute little trees here and there. A little more grasses. little more help with that one. Making them such big, bountiful bundles of blooms. Big, bountiful bundles of blooms! Aw, little mushroom ring. Just a little one. Okay, nuts. Let's do another quest. Another quest. Haha. Oh, the clovers? Yes, the clovers. I do love the clovers. I bet you if this was one of them little ecosystem bits, it would be Clover Hills. We have to finish building it first to see if it can be. Let's finish building. Feeling lucky? Yay! I got a badge for allowing myself to cry in front of others. Wow, that one... I bet you that one's a difficult one to get. Like, you see the list of badges that you can get, and it's like... So, you telling me I have to cry in front of somebody else in order to get this one? I'm trying to 100% this. I can't believe that you would make me do that. Wait a second. I got it. Okay, I wanna see what kind of little environment this would be. Is it Clover Hills? I don't know, Clover Hills sounds cute. Ah, that's fine. Tall forest it shall be. Got more stuff going? What's that? Ooh. Hi, Harukingu! Welcome in! How's it going, friend? We got our scary little sign. Here, I'm gonna mute this real quick because of all the noises it makes. Oh, never mind. Guess we're not doing that anymore. Guess we're doing a quest now. I would like to do this back at home. I haven't been here for a while. Yeah, I feel like we've had a few people who haven't shown up in a while. Welcome in. It's nice to see you. Let's put it here. Put her there! Oh, this works out nicely. Get some of that. Get some tall trees. For daring to be emotionally vulnerable. Is that all that they're teaching you? Because I feel like I don't see him getting badges for much other than that. He's kept up on his dental hygiene. But what about building like shelter in the woods or something? Isn't that what you do in Scouts? I can stay for a while, I think, today. I'm at a coffee shop right now. Oh, that sounds super nice. That sounds super nice. There's this, like, local coffee shop that has, like, really tasty drinks for, like, really nice prices. Like you can go in and get a really, really tasty, like, flavored coffee drink, like a specialty drink for $5. And it's a really nice little atmosphere. They got pastries and stuff too. I'd like to stop in again sometime. Maybe when I feel like taking a little bit of a luxury day. A little bit of a self-care day. I'll go out there because it's also pretty close to the vintage toy store that I like going to. So maybe I'll stop for a coffee, have a little pastry or a sandwich or something, stuff that they got there, and stop by the toy store and see what Transformers they got. It's been too long, it's been too long. Maybe I'll do that next week. It's a new month! It'll be a new month next week, which means we'll have I'll have new budget. Empty budgets for the month. Oh, hello little you. There's 2 little eyeballs. Oh, what a sweetie. What a small little sweetie. I like your glasses. Ethereal slat. Okay. Let's do another. Why over here? Let's do this. Later I can tell you more about my badges. Okay, well let's do this over where I was. Hehe. You having a nice cafe time, Haru? Nice chill cafe time? Clovers. Clovers, I love the pretty clovers. We love the pretty clovers. What a lamp. Starting to get more densely wooded over here. Let's fill in the empty spots. What is it about clovers that makes them so cute? Just little tiny plants with little round leaves. It's a very nice morning. What are you drinking? You got some coffee? Got something to eat? What are you guys' coffee orders? Whenever I go to, like, so if I go to, like, a specialty coffee shop, or, like, a cafe, I'll see what specialty drinks they have. I don't drink coffee? That's okay. You drink tea? I'll see what specialty drinks they have, and if they have something that seems tasty, like, you know, caramel. Like the one that's near me has seasonal drinks, like caramel hazelnut, wintertime surprise, stuff like that. I don't drink tea either, but I would pick it over coffee. Okay. But if I go to Tim Hortons, which being in Ferry, Michigan, I get to be there. I get to go to Tim Hortons, because Ferry, Michigan is baby Ferry, Canada. And I always get, every time, I get, a bacon everything bagel. As like, an everything bagel sandwich with bacon. I think it's got cheese and an egg piece on it. And a large iced coffee, triple, which means 3 for a large iced coffee. That's 3 cream, 3 sugar. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's like such a reliable go-to. Such a reliable go-to. Oh, who's this silly sideways tulip? Oh, that's perfect for a spooky little area. I hope you live here forever, little sideways tulip. Just like we have that one king who will continue to live at the gnome castle. We only need one more hand to help with the castle, and then this whole little area is done. But this little lifeling decided to live here, I guess. And it's always here, so that's our little king. That's our little king. But if you guys wanted to hop in here, if you haven't contributed to the castle yet, there's just one left we need. Just one left. I don't know the name of the coffee in English, but I had toast earlier. Ooh, what's in the coffee? What's in it? Okay. What, this stuff over here? Oh yeah, I remember I was doing this. So I'm gonna mute the iPad real quick so it doesn't make an annoying noise. I mean, it's still making the noise, but you guys don't have to hear it. Well, I did it. All good. Guys, I have beautiful news. Oh, I unmuted the iPad and suddenly it's quiet? This game befuddles me sometimes. My brine shrimp tank. Oh, a regular coffee topped with whipped cream. That sounds super tasty. Yeah, my sea monkeys, they're actually like growing and thriving. They're something like 18 days old now, and they're starting to look like adult shrimp. Adult brine shrimps. They're not dying anymore. I think it's wonderful. Oh, little bunny, little green bunny. They're so cute. Bigger house, more house. Oh, fill it with clovers. Yes, perfect. Beautiful. I'm very happy. Like, they're getting big. They're starting to look cuter. Let me see if I can get a little video. I don't know if you could see it quite yet in the video, but in real life, you can just start to see like their little eyeballs. They're cute little eyeballs. There we go. Take the little video. Oh, look at them go in there. They're so cute. Zoom up on them. Oh, they're cute. You can actually see them really well in the video, actually. Let me edit it and then post it in my Discord server so I can pull it up. Just turn off the audio because I was talking during it, you know. Ah, hi Cygnus! I decided to sponsor you with 3,457 macarons that expire tomorrow to promote. Hi Dua! Welcome in! It's okay. I can handle all of those macarons. Yum 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 yum. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. I think they're about 18 days old. 27. they're 17 days old. Okay. You post this in there, and then I'll pull it up. Emeralds. There we go. Let me download the video so I can show it that way. Where are you? Why is it not showing up? There we go. Look at them. Look at them. Aren't they so cute? These big ones. Some of them are really big. Look at how cute they're getting. Oh, I love them so much. Oh, how I cherish them. Oh, how I cherish them. Aren't they so cute? This is my 4.5th attempt. Oh, I knew it was a good day to bring a lot of sugar to a fairy. Yippee! Oh, what'd you get, Cygnus? You get anything, Nummy? You get anything for me? Oh, if anybody's not in the server yet and they want to join, I have to like lean over my iPad to type it in. They're so stinking cute. You're doing so well with them. Thank you. 4.5. What did you with the 0.5? See, attempt number 4. They all died because the salinity was wrong, and I don't count that as that much of a mistake. That didn't count. That didn't count. This is the actual one. They're so cute. They're so stinking cute. I'm so glad I've been able to grow them this much. And you know the ones that have tails? The ones that have long tails? That's not a tail. That's not a tail. That's shrimp dookie. And even so, despite that, they're still so cute. They're still so cute. Have you named each one of them? Unfortunately, I can't identify them all visually quite yet. When they get a little older, they'll start developing. They'll start developing sexual dimorphism. So the males will have these like crowns sort of on their head. They'll have like little clasper crowns. So I'll be able to identify them. However, one of the bigger ones, there's a couple of the bigger ones in there. One of the bigger ones hatched on the night that I watched Twilight Breaking Dawn Part 1 with my friends. For the first time, at least for me. And so one of them is named Renesmee. They still don't look like the commercials. Where's the dad with the newspaper? I think these are cuter. I think they're cuter than the silly cartoon ones. So yeah, only one of them is named. But I have decided that they're like brine lake spirits. Oh, did you see that one on the left that like it's molting? Yeah, you see? It's dragging a little bit of like molt behind him. Oh my god, and it dropped it. It dropped the molt. You see? He wiggled to shake it off and dropped it. They're so stinking cute. I can hardly get over it. I don't want to get over it. I want to continue to be very, very excited about them. My babies. My shrimpy babies. Thank you for looking at my babies. I love them very much. Smell that? It's a stink of cute. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's adorable. Okay, what do we got going on over here? Oh, we got a cute little path kind of stuff going on. Get some apple trees. You guys can help us build these apple trees if you come log in. If you come join us. What's Tomo doing? Oh, he's doing nesting things. That's fine. Smell that? It's the booty of cute. Buzzbot, no! Oh, I love this little fairy ring village. This is so cute, Ethereal. This is beautiful. I don't know what the music's doing, but that's fine. So cute! So cute! So cute! I do have a cute booty, thank you very much. Wait, I gotta send the emote. There you go. Hi, Roy! How's it going? I was just showing off my little brine shrimpy. My little brine shrimpy babies. They're getting so big. Ah! They're getting so big. Oh my goodness, we've been live for 2 hours already. It's a shame you don't get to upgrade the clovers. I think the clovers are very cute. What? House ring with a mushroom in it. Yes. Oh, let's get some pine cones on these trees. It's true mode. How you doing, Roy? Having a nice time? Yeah, we'll start building there. Okay, okay. Let's just build out this area, connect this stuff, get some tulips. Get some little hills going. Fill in the grass. Whoa, what if I saved room like there for a little pond or something? You guys think I should try town to city? I want to try it, but like my gripe is that it's not fantasy enough. I just kind of, I kind of want to do like castles and stuff like that. Is Tomo having 4 legs and 2 pairs of wings? Just 1 pair of wings. But he does have 4 legs, as he is a cockatiel griffin. He is a little bit of griffin. We have an ad starting shortly. I'll see you guys on the other side of the ad. Thank you for sticking around. I did a bit of an art of my OC Hearth on Communite. I'm not on the app at the moment because it was killing my iPad. Oh, I'd like to go see. I'm right. Yes, Tomo is a little, just a little, oh, where are we going? Oh. Wait, this is epic. This is really fun. Dude, I love that actually. What a fun idea. Yeah, it's crazy. Let's make his eyes big. Big pupils. No. Oh yeah, that's the tail. That's the tail. 50% bird and 50% burb. It's true. Oh, hi, Crazy. Hi, Crazy. It's just a little bit of like lion. Just a little bit of tiny bird lion. I'm doing nice. I'm in a nice mood. It's been a very chill day so far. We're chillin'. Somebody help us upgrade Hearth's eyes over here so that they can be red again. This is great though. I didn't realize it wasn't a 2-person job, but I guess I could have checked. Whoa. Yay! Thank you, Ethereal. Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you doing, Crazy? We got little critters running all around on Hearth's face. I guess humans also have little critters running around all over their face. We just don't think about it. We just generally don't think about it because it's a little upsetting. I think I have to go now. I'll be sad though. I love these streams. I hope I can be back next time. Yay! If you want to swing by on Monday, we'll be doing a paint-along art stream. If there's nothing else in the way of that. Yeah. I don't think there'll be anything in the way of that. But yeah, I'll see you then. See you around. Super fun. I'm gonna build some water around him. New flag. Hearth. That's his name, right? Hearth. We got snowed in, so Kabara and I have been hanging in the living room, watching TV with the cats the most of the day. It was playing some Fire Emblem on the Switch as well. Ooh, which one? Which one? Which Fire Emblem? And do your cats actually watch TV with you? We have a cat she's like very observant. You know, you could use snow pieces. You could use snow pieces if you wanted to like fill out the whites of the eyes and the teeth. I could do that for you real quick if you want. I won't do it without you saying so. Although I guess you could, oh, I'm gremlin mode. Thank you, Hecho. Saludos! Saludos, Hecho. Welcome in. Oh, Sacred Stones? Rad. That's so sick. I won't start putting things down without your consent, though. Sacred Stones? I actually have the game cartridge. I own it. And they have forest, water, farm, and sand in the moment. You want me to put down white tiles for the eyes and teeth? Demodex mites love you and you should love them. Yeah, they're keeping us clean, right? They were cuddling on the couch with us. Yugi likes to try to attack the TV though. I remember when you got Yugi. He's a little guy, just a little guy. He's growing up, huh? He's starting to grow up? Yeah, okay, sweet. Arth hasn't brushed his teeth, so we're using whitening solution. There we go. Whoops. Yay! Cool guy. That's so nifty. Yeah, I own Sacred Stones. I own the cartridge for it. But, I don't know. I've never gotten around to, like, playing it very much. He's getting bigger, but he's still the smallest. He's less than a year still, though, so we'll see. His parents aren't that big, though. He might get up to my oldest size, but Loki is the biggest. My friend has a cat named Loki. He's small, but he's, like, real shaggy. Small, but very long hair. And he's a mischievous little guy. Let's help out over here. Whoops! That was the erase button. I don't know what that was. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. There's no undo button. This is awkward. I can't hear Sacred Stones without thinking of the meme that is Tears of the Kingdom. What's that? Loki is a black Bombay. He's very shy, but very chill and lovable. Black Bombay. Cat. I don't know anything about, like, species. Breeds of cat. That's what they're called. Breeds of cat. So cute. Aww, look at those bright golden eyes that a lot of them have. Sleepy boy picture of him in Ghost Town. Pokey is pure orange cat energy. He's very vocal and grumpy, but demands pets always. Aww. I do like cats that demand attention. Like... Aw, Loki Bo. Loki Bo. I do like cats that demand attention, even though it's, like, it can be annoying. It's like, well, you always know that they're up for pets and snuggles. So sweet, so sweet. Even though our kitty Ray likes to wake me up in the middle of the night by walking onto me and putting all of her chubby old weight into my gut and on my chest and on my legs. Once she settles in, she's really nice to snuggle with. Hopping build. Hopping build. Feeling a nice little pathway down. Little hilly area. So cozy. So cozy. Oh, let's take care of this place. Just search for Demon King, Secret Stone, Zelda, and you'll see the lovely storytelling of repeats from Nintendo. Wait, so it's not like a meme? Okay. That there. That there. Eight's not horrible. Not horrible. Yugi's starting to take after Pokey. He's getting more vocal. He loves pets and being held when we cook. Aw, that's so sweet. Oh my goodness, Hecho, that's a 20 stream streak. How beautiful. Thank you for hanging out here so much. That's really cool of you. Well, we can do it more. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Okay. Do that. Do that. And that. I think that's about as smooth as I could have done it. Music volume just tripled? Was it really loud? Was it uncomfortably loud? The music in this game has very different, like, levels, oftentimes. Was it uncomfortably loud? I suppose when it is in the, I think I can help build over here. Hmm? Isn't that the you can help build things button? I don't know, let me go home. Oh yeah, there it is. There we go. I feel like that's about as loud as the music gets. I love these little fairy ring fields. Let's upgrade that house even more. This looks like a fancy house. Ooh. These are pretty. Oh, you thought it was another tab? Oh, jeez. Yeah, I wish this game, the audio wasn't so unbalanced. Like, it probably feels like not that big of a deal when you start playing it, you know. But when you're streaming it, that's a different situation. I feel like a silly little construction fairy. Silly little construction crew fairy. Let's make these carrots and vegetables more plenty. Oh, and we can put down a well. Well, 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 what have we here? Oh, there's another well. That's fine. We can have two wells. Little house sign. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. I had sort of chalked it up to being, I only have one ear butted. So I'm like, Maybe it's just being louder out of this ear than the other ear. Thought that might have been the case. But it does change up a lot. For some reason. That's fine, that's fine. Let's see. What? Hydrate? Damsel! Hi, Damsel! Welcome in! Me? Who, me? Spouse! Hello, wife! Hello, wife! Have a sippy. How's it going? Whoa! Big stretch! Big stretch! Very nice. Very nice. I was just thinking about I'm enjoying building in this game. I was thinking maybe I should play Town to City, but Town to City isn't gonna satisfy my like want to build fantasy towns like castles and towers and such things. So I was thinking maybe I should play, what is it, Tiny Glade? Have you been gay today? Yes? I think so. I'll let you be the judge of it. I trust your opinion. That's weird. I have an offer to collaborate from somebody. Let me just scope this out. I'm thinking of getting Tiny Glade myself. Is it? I don't know anything about Tiny Glade, I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, what? Why did this person I don't know? I don't know this person, and I don't know how this person found me. They're playing Minecraft though. But they like sent me a request to collaborate, and I don't know how to take it. I'm gonna say decline. Sorry, Sib, I just don't know ya. It could have been a misclick. I trust you in your ability to be gay, thank you. I built a gay little evil tower. But I need your help to finish it. You don't leave it off for like everyone else except those you collab with? I don't know, this is the first time this has happened. I guess I don't. Mwah? I mean, yeah, if you want to join. It's not a... I had planned on this being a sponsor stream, but... a sponsorship stream. But, like, the sponsorship ran out yesterday. I thought it meant by, November 29th being the last day I had to do it. But I guess it was, like, the expiration date for the sponsorship deal. You know what I mean? But that's fine. That's alright with me. Bumblebird. Well, he's getting antsy again, I think. But I mean to say you can join if you want, and don't worry about, like, getting a sponsored link or anything, because it's not gonna do anything for me now. It's a free mobile game. It's fun. Yay! Yay! Super fun! Thank you for the pets, Isaac. Yeah, I was trying to find time to do it like as early as possible, but also wanted to get like a Pokemon Bun Run stream in. It is what it is. I'm sure another lovely indie game will pop up in my sponsorships requests sometime soon. My headphones are charging, maybe when they're done if there's time. Woohoo! I mean, you don't need your headphones to play. It's on mobile? and it's also on PC. Right. I wonder what happens if I turn this into an environment. Look at that? Yeah, we'll do that. What do we get? What do we get? Oh, join on call? Nah. I'm okay. okay, no problem. No, that's not quite what I'm looking at. Suggest an area? That's gonna open like a Discord link. Don't booty me! Don't mind booty. Wow, you figured out all of the permutations. You figured out all of the booty permutations of don't mind me. Looks like this overgrown field. It's so scary here, so scary. Got my scary tower. Don't cheeky me. Oh, you didn't cheeky-fy it. Cheeky mind me. I put Chloe, my dog, on my chair and now she's just chilling. Ah, how sweet, how sweet. Okay. Let's hang out with Nuts. With our friend Nuts. Buddy, if you're up for it, I'm down for it. Let's build together. Sure thing, buddy. Are we gonna build by hearth? Whoa. Oh, we've got a friend. We've got a friend chilling here. What is that? Oh, Serena's doing a quest? A rando has joined. Hi! Is that a little friend? Oh, it's the little, like... It's Serena's little friend. What a cute little friend! Oh yeah, damsel, look at what Omelet made. Isn't that nifty? Little pixel art of their character. Nuts? These nuts? Why they're on special for $5.99? Yeah, go to Aldi and get all these nuts. Salty variant, an extra 99 cents? What a ripoff. I'll just use my salt at home. Oh yeah, Roy's great. How much for extra salty? You guys are wild. You guys are silly. Okay, let's do that quest, buddy. I wonder if that actually works, like dumping some salt in a jar and shaking it. Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't it? Let's do this! I can tell you more about my badges! Yay! Let's do this over here. But salted and unsalted nuts are typically the same price anyway, so there's kind of like no reason to do it, right? The peanuts aren't like fresh out of the oven. Their ability to adhere to the salt would differ. That is a good point. That is a good point. I'm trying so hard to remain SFW. I tell you what my jokes have been on. I tell you what, my jokes have been on one today. You're so silly, damsel. Get some pretty little blooms. We are not putting a tent over here because that's where the evil wizard lives. It's too close to where the evil wizard lives. Whoops. You're really silly, damsel. You're silly. Are you streaming soon? Tonight, perhaps? I did nothing today. I'm so tired. I did nothing today other than mess around with referrals. Because I thought I was doing one of those referral scams. Oh, because I thought doing one of those referral scams would be fun. It kind of was. Wasting your time could be fun if you have the right mindset. Not doing that again, though. And doing Pikmin 4 Dandori battles with my brother. What are you talking about? Referral scams? What do you mean referral scams? Stump. Stump. Doot, 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 doot. Just fill that in. Doot, 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 doot. Doot, 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 doot. More trees. Pine cone them up. Give this one a lamp. Yeah. Not technically a scam, like, you know those referral things like, you could get a free Nintendo Switch? I don't know. Just invite 500 users? To what? What are you talking about? I don't know if I've seen these. Oh, you don't usually stream on weekends? When do you stream next? We're going to high-key be self-promoing. It's not even self-promo. External promo? We're promoing Damsel. Oh, they have them on Temu and TikTok and stuff? Okay. Interesting. Yeah, just invite 500 users to this back alley. I knew I wouldn't get anything, but I was seeing how I can get away with stuff, like using an Android emulator. Huh. Yeah, that seems odd. But I'm glad you had fun at least. I'll teach you everything I know about camping. Yay! What a cute little hillside. I love the little flowers on the hillside. It's so cute. Oh, a gift! Oh, hey! Oh, Cyrena's being very nice. Very nice. In gifting us. I'll gift back to her. Whoops, I didn't need to do that. Yay! I enjoy reading the terms of service and stuff. I mean, hey, as long as you're having fun. As long as you're having fun. Bigger house. Make the houses even bigger. Well, let's take care of this place. I like this little mini game. Is that a more reasonable volume for the music? Dude, this is almost like done. That's crazy. House not big enough. I'm vibing, gonna lurk in a minute. Alright, Jack, have a good time. This is the tree zone. It's also the bee zone. Ooh, more XP. There's a lot of trees over there. Over here. Let's put a couple bees. Just a couple bees. Ding, 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 ding. Well, well, well. What have we here? There's an ad starting in a moment. I appreciate you guys sticking around through the ad. Thank you. Well, Iconic Fox is here. I missed their message. Oh, hi! There you are! Hi! Welcome in! Damsel will be streaming again Monday evening! Yay, yay, yay! Although I may tomorrow, because I'm joining a certain Electrified Iceberg with their anniversary stream! Woo! I'll be there too! I'll be there too! Glacier's not here, so if this doesn't work, I don't have to be embarrassed about it. Oh my god. That's fine. We'll shout her out after the ad. That sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. I do like Glacier. I've known Glacier for a while. I wonder if I have different pets now that I can use. Wow. I like that little goober with the wide eyes. Little fishbowl friend. Little worm. Ugh, that reminds me of the battle subway. There's no way. There's no way. The little heart stuff is so cute though. Bunch of dirt. These are cute. Ancient ribbon. It's so old. Gnome hat. Befriend the garden guardian to get it. Okay. I think I still like the clouds the best. What's that? How can someone so hot-headed be so chill? He's so cute. Ah, Rumpf. The heart cheeks are just the best. They're simply the best. I miss Oswald. Sometimes I can still hear his voice. Oh, welcome back from ads, by the way. Welcome back. Sometimes I can still hear his booty. Yeah, Glacier's great. I just watched a fairly okay romance movie with most funny ending. What movie was it? Hi, Bricky. Welcome in. It feels like I've known you peeps for so long that I get rudely reminded it hasn't even been a year. Yeah. Yeah, I know how it is. I know how it is. Actually, that's Jacathan von Oswald. He deserves respect. Yeah. Tomorrow, our friend Electric Glacier, a fellow fairy, is having her anniversary, 4-year anniversary stream, I believe. It's gonna be a long event. Actually, I even have my glasses on and everything. I thought that I'd have D&D for a long time on Sundays. So when she came to me and was like, do you want to hang out on my anniversary stream? I was like, I got D&D tomorrow. Or not tomorrow. Well, it is tomorrow. But I have D&D that day. I told her, I probably won't be able to make it, depending on what time it is. And she's like, oh, it's gonna go from like 1 or 2 until like past midnight. I'm like, that actually fully encapsulates my D&D. So I'm probably gonna be able to hang out just a little bit for a bit of the beginning and a bit of the end. Either or, here and there. Jack's getting ready to marry a rich husband and totally not commit crimes afterwards? I'll never tell. My zips are lipped. It was an accident. Letters to Juliet. They mess up the whole story by making the main character seem like a joke, as the boyfriend didn't do anything and the editing was so bad and I couldn't stop laughing. It sounds like you had a good time. I love a good bad movie. You know what I mean? I fully unintentionally, actually Roy last night. That's ridiculous. He has to find one first. Well, oh, the kindness keeper's growing. Whoa, we got a bunch of stuff happening. Whoa, I don't know why the music did that. That's crazy. Our tower got built. Whoa, big eyeball. Oh, let's take care of Hearth's little nose. Appears for 5 seconds to then disappear for 12 hours, then reappears for 6 seconds. I mean, not entirely. That's not entirely how it is, but it's also not entirely not how it is. That. And that. Seven moves? Oh, 8 moves. Still not bad, not bad. Love in Deep Space? I'm not familiar. I've heard the name before for sure. Lurky's definitely not for rich husband reasons. Enjoy your lurky, Jack. I was watching it with my mom, so she kept going, shut up, because I kept pointing at flaws and burst out laughing at the ending. I mean, it sounds like you had a fun time. It sounds like it was a fun time. Share, I want rich husband. I played Love in Deep Space once, so I got bored with it after. Wait! That's the game that my friend was obsessed with a few years ago. Right. It's a gacha? I thought it was a visual novel. Is it both? Whoa, I love this. Squink, squink, squink. I just love going over and squinking the little critters. Squonk those critters. Friend is obsessed with Stolas. That sounds like the name from, Wait! No, Love in Deep Space is an entirely different game from what I was thinking. Yeah, from Hell of a Boss. Oh, hi! Welcome in! I hope you've been enjoying your Lurky Lurks Dusk Enterprises. 2 characters with the same name? Impossible. Oh yeah, this is a completely... I just googled it. It's a completely different game than what I was thinking of. But I remember seeing this in like a... YouTube short. Silas. There's a Transformers character who has his name kind of spelled like that, but it's with an A at the end. I think. Wait. It's mute if you don't want Transformers Prime spoilers. But his name is spelled Silas at the beginning of the show. And here comes the spoilers. Here comes the spoilers. A ways through the show, something happens that makes him, like, essentially cyborg. And his name is then spelled Cylas. Which I think is funny. Oh, he's voiced by Clancy Brown. Yeah, Cylas. I think that's silly. And an OC couple. Oh, an OC couple where they were both named Thomas. That's silly. There's twins from Tintin named Thompson and Thompson. I didn't know he got a name change. Yeah. When that thing happened to him, he changed the spelling. Hi, Prisma Buckman! Dude, yeah, Breaky Transformers one is so good. It's so good. So stinking good. I'm gonna make these lines thicker. That shall be my kindness to this piece of art. Whoops, that was wrong. You know, just so it doesn't look inconsistent. We'll try it again. There we go. Yeah, let's go from the top. Oh, I can't do the tulips yet. Change a letter to become a new character. He was the same character. He's just, changed. He's just a little different. He just had some issues. Oh, low battery. I better plug it in. I just giggled because I looked at my brine shrimps and they're very cute. They're just so cute. What? Little baby. Yeah, changed a letter. What? I don't get it. Transformers 1, I went to see it with a friend. It was just me and my friend and seemingly two brothers, one a lot older. As the film went along and got better and less kid film and much darker, I turned around and this is like 16 to 17 is full on leaning forward, invested in this film he thought was kid slap. I didn't think it was kid slap when I first saw it, and even even at the beginning, it didn't give that vibe to me. Granted, I wasn't going into that with that expectation. I was honestly going into it with no expectations. I hardly even knew anything about Transformers at the time. I barely knew who Optimus Prime and Megatron were. I had never seen any of the trailers. And I didn't realize it was supposed to be like a prequel for their, you know, rivalry. I suppose it's not even rivalry. Their, you know, their conflict. And so when it got to the part where it says Optimus Prime, I was like, it's the guy! Yeah, the advertising, the reason that the movie failed was because the advertising sucked. That was pretty much it. The advertising sucked. Nobody, like, judging by the trailers, people didn't think it was gonna be good. But it's actually, like, an amazing movie. Yeah, I mean, it's not always the advertising, but it often certainly can be. The guy, yeah, exactly. Like, pretty much up to that point, I knew Optimus Prime as, like, that's a character that you can see on shirts for little boys. That was pretty much all I knew about Optimus Prime. Which was fine. I ended up seeing the light, so to speak. And now I've watched all of the Transformers movies. All of G1, cartoon, Beast Wars, a little bit of Beast Machines. I won't count that on my finger count. I said the thing, exactly. Yeah, it's the guy with the touch. All of G1, Beast Wars, animated, Prime, working through Earth Spark. What are we gonna watch next? I don't know, I've seen a lot. I didn't like Transformers. That film made me like Transformers. If a film can get me to like a fandom I never considered before, it's an amazing film. You're telling me. It was just watching Transformers 1, Beanie showing me Transformers 1, and then just like from there I was obsessed. I am forever changed because of that movie. I gained the power of the compose key. It means I can type stuff like copyright and trademark directly with my keyboard. That's pretty rad. You could do that anyway. You can, it's by using like the numpad in a certain way. Optimus Prime is my role model, and I'm not ashamed to say that. Oh yeah, most iterations of Optimus Prime is like an amazing role model. Same thing happened with Wicked and K-pop Demon Hunters. Yeah. I was into Wicked. I just saw the movie. I saw Wicked for Good. On Thursday. I went to see it with my mom, and we've sort of always liked Wicked. She read the book, and in middle school I went and saw the stage show, the musical in, I was about to say where I saw it, but with my middle school choir class. It was really fun. And me and my mom, we really enjoyed listening to the music together for a long time. Yeah, I did it. Yay! That was a lot. What's going on over here? Yeah. Oh, I'm on Linux and it keyboards slightly differently. Okay. But yeah, I liked Wicked a lot. Yeah, I did do an entire line art. Yeah. Oh, look at the little tower. We need to grow it bigger. It looks too... not evil. It doesn't look evil. Maybe just it being there will be mysterious enough. I ended up seeing Wicked 3 times in cinemas, both of them? It is a two-part story after all. Oh, yeah, yeah. I get ya, I get ya. It's a brain glitchy kind of weekend, I think. Well, that part's simple. And then do it. Do it. No, I did it wrong. It could have been 6. It could have been 6 moves. That's fine. We'll do this one better. First one so far, I'm definitely seeing part 2 again. Yay! I do like it. Okay. Put this here. That there. Oh, I should have swapped those. Dang it. Undo. Okay, 14 moves is fine. It's fine. I love this little area. I love this fine little area. Let's mute the iPad again real quick so I can clear all of these. Beep beep boop 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 beep 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 boop 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 boop. Oh hey, we filled out this little flower field. Whoa, something to do here. Doot. Whoa. Okay. I wonder if our friend Cyrena ended up finishing the gnome castle. No? Whoa. Just one more! Just one more! Is Burp there? Yes, he's here! He's chilling on my knee. Oh gee. I am getting hungry. I'm not gonna wrap up stream quite yet. But we haven't taken a break yet. So, we have an ad starting in about 7 minutes. Whoops, wrong one. We have an ad starting in about 7 minutes. So I'm gonna take advantage of that. Have our little 10-minute break. We'll run a 3-minute ad right before we come back. I'm gonna get a snacky. Everybody get up and stretch. Check all of your bodily needs. Make sure you got everything taken care of. I'm gonna leave basketball running. If you are all set, you can play that. And when we come back, bird rip the knee. What are you talking about? And when we come back, we can get back to playing more Communite. Yippee! Yippee yippee! Wait a second. Oh, I got a new gift. That's fine. Don't worry about it. I'll be right back. See you shortly. Hello. Hello, welcome back. Hi. OMG, Ayuyu raid. Ayuyu raid while I was gone. Welcome in. Well, the compose key is so powerful you can even type 9. Welcome in. Did you guys enjoy the break? You taking it easy? I was taking it cheesy, if you would believe it. If you would even believe it. Hi Ayuyu and friends. Let me shout out Ayuyu. Shout. I almost forgot the T, so it would have been like shout out. Shout out. A shout out. Shout out. Shout out. I say it with a D. Shout out. Shout out Ayurisu. Hey Ayurisu. There we go. Everybody follow Ayuyu. She's fishy. Something fishy going on here. Yeah, a British shout out. Yeah, everybody follow Ayuyu. Hit the little heart at top of chat. Give her a big thank you for rating in today. And also, watch her streams because she's thinking adorable. Okay? For real. FR. We need one more person to help us build this castle. Just one person. Just one person. I call upon you. If you needed a reason to start playing this game right now, it's because this castle only needs one person left to build it. I'm super curious about this game, but couldn't make it to last stream. Ooh. Yeah, it's really cute and fun. My sponsorship ran out yesterday, I guess, and I didn't realize. How do I volunteer? You just download the game. It's just download the game. No, you can get it, it's on mobile or it's on Steam. Just grab the demo and you can crossplay. And then once you're done with the tutorial, you can look for the Cheesecakes Kettle Pile server or do !server in chat and you can join from there. You can build a cute little ocean area. I have a little ocean area somewhere. Yeah, look at that. So oceany. But it could honestly be more oceany. Let's check it out once I'm back in my computer. Yay! What? Let's do build. Can I upgrade these turnips yet? Turnips are not upgradable? That's crazy. That's insano bonkers, as my fella has been saying lately. Monument. Well, I wonder if I can put a cool monument over by... Ooh, I like the little pretty fairy gazebo. A magnificent fountain right behind my castle. Ah, how perfect. How perfect. If I make a game, I gotta make it so you can upgrade turnips into mecha turnips. Dude, that would be so sick. That'd be so sick. Soup? Big soup? Why can we build a big soup? Why can I build a big old cheese? Or sea turnips, depending on your research point allocation. I love that. Where do I put the big soup? Upgrade it to ice sign, because it's ice zone. It's snow zone. What? Do that. Would you guys eat sea turnips? I'm on a seafood diet. I see food, I eat it. Do that. Let's do this. Let's do that. And that, I don't know if it's gonna be smooth. No, it's not smooth, but that's okay. 10 moves. Oh, Tomo's trying to take a nap now. Little snoozer bird. Little snoozer bird. What, you're seafood? How could you not tell us this? I'm not seafood. I'm just on a seafood diet. You know, I see food, I eat it. Did I say that? Did I say the punchline or did I forget to say it? Yeah, you can upgrade like all the other farm products, but you can't upgrade the you can't upgrade the turnips. Oh, what a fine little gnome town. Oh, it's so beautiful. How do I unlock the tulip upgrade? I wonder. Hey, we got the castle! Yay! Oh, wow, wow, it's done! It's done! Okay, no more monuments. No more monuments. Cheese isn't seafood. I'm not seafood till I'm died. Thank you forever. Oh yeah, get those carrots done. Okay. There's something to build over here. Ooh, look at all that. It's pretty soothing to just tip-a-tap away and help people build things. What? Let me access. There we go. There's little critters in my way. Excuse me, little goobers. I got hiccups. Do you guys have a trick for hiccups? A hiccup trick, if you will? A trick up? Usually I just hold my breath until it goes away. Or hold my breath until I can't anymore. Like, especially making sure to like make a show of holding my breath. And then sometimes it works. But our friend Laurel, Fragrant Bog Laurel, she showed me a trick. Let me see if I can find the illustration. You have to take some like water or something to drink. And then drink from the opposite edge. Like the edge that's on the opposite side of you. Which I was really confused how that worked. I ended up drawing this. That wasn't the first one that I drew, I don't think. That wasn't my first guess. Hold on, it was in the Weebeers chat. Come on, bird, come here. Oh yeah, this was it. The one on the left was my first attempt. Like taking these are drawings of Laurel, by the way. Taking the water, taking the cup, and then like drinking from the opposite edge, I guess. Like from the back. You would have had to like hold it back and then tip it forward. I don't know. Hi Tomo, did you have a nice nap? But then she instructed me that you have to lean forward and do it. I have some water here. Let me try it. Alright, I haven't... Tomo, that's my ear. Here, onto the floor. Have a floor adventure. He said, no, I don't want a floor adventure. Okay, I got my cup. Tomo, bird! Here, have a forage adventure. There you go. Okay, I got my cup here. I'm gonna try it. No, she illustrated like it's like that, actually. If Tomo doesn't behave, I can offer a sea adventure. I don't think he would like the ocean very much. But yeah, I'm gonna try this. You gotta like stand up and lean over. My tracking's gonna die, but that's okay. That's a horrible experience. It feels like it's gonna like get in my nose, and it also feels like it didn't work. But we'll see if I start hiccuping again. Ugh. Like, that he better behave. It's not that he's misbehaving, he's just a bird. Birds chirp. He's okay. We just gotta be patient with him. Right, little bird? He found where I had put some seeds earlier. Oh, it feels like it's in my nose. I don't know. We'll see if we'll see how it goes. We'll see if it works. Ethereal holds his breath. His brother touches his eyeball over his eyelid. I don't know how that's supposed to help with hiccups. I don't know, because I feel like if you're holding your breath and you like really fill your lungs all the way like that, like fill your lungs all the way and hold your breath, then it's like doing something with your diaphragm, which is the cause of hiccups, right? It's your diaphragm having a muscle spasm. For some reason. For some stupid reason. So I feel like holding your breath and like, I don't know, it makes something happen around the diaphragm region. But I don't know. Oh, look at this bee island. So many bees. Oh, who's in here? Prez Mop is here! Whoa! Planet Scapstar, welcome in! How's it going? A bee island, you're right! Welcome in, itty bitty raid committee. Hi, I'm Cheesecake. It's lovely to meet you. I use they, them, or AMR pronouns. I like to do character art, painting, a little bit of pixel art. We like indie games, retro games, and Nintendo games. Today we're doing a stream that was supposed to be. Well, oh, thank you for following. Today we're doing a stream that was supposed to be a sponsored stream, and then I realized, like 10 minutes before the stream, that the sponsorship like ran out. Like the sponsorship opportunity ran out yesterday. So yeah. A lemon island with no actual lemons? I like lemons. Where? Today we're playing Communite. That's the game that I was supposed to be doing sponsored stuff for. Yeah, it's not a big deal though. I already did get one stream out of the sponsorship. So it was good. It was good. It was a nice little introduction to this sweet little indie game. Sweet little indie game where you build a little, you build out like whatever you want. You fill this little blank world with nature and funny castle town with a moat around it, I guess. Where's Lemon Island? We can put lemons on it. Let's do that. It's all about like cooperation and building things together. There we go. Lemon Island has lemons on it now, once everybody helps out. If you guys want to play, you're free to join in the server. Once you're done with the tutorial, you can either look for Cheesecake's Cuddle Pile, or you can do !server to grab the link. Or the link is in my Discord. In the announcements channel. Discord. There we go. I'm howling at the moon. But hi, how was your stream today? What were you doing? Let me shout you out. Planet Star. I know you from Chi-Chi's channel. Oh, of course, Shawotut isn't a recognized command. There we go. There we go. Uma Musume, that sounds fun. Here, let me throw you a follow. I didn't realize I wasn't following you back. Where did the music go? What is that? It's a little lighthouse? That's so cute. Little apple lighthouse? Where'd the music go? What the heck? That's so strange. Let me close the app and come back. Oh, game! There we go. I know you from Chi-Chi as well. Your model is very nice, by the way. Thank you! Thank you! I put it together myself. Though I did use a program called Theroid Studio. It's pretty much like a real advanced character creator. You had some new characters. You explored the campaigns of... In what? In what? Oh, Uma Musume! Right. When, in my mind, when I see characters, campaigns, I think D&D. Because that's just my brain. That's just my D&D brain. What? Cold water ecosystem? That's not what I meant to do. Go back to the community hub. Yeah! We're doing some fun things. Getting some fun things done. What's this? Oh! I get new sparks? Yeah, D&D is super nice. By the way, if you got a ready to run, feel free to do so. Don't let me hold you up. But if you did want to hang out, I've got, let's see, beanbag chair and a can of A&W root beer for you to drink. Get you some A&W. Hamburgers and whoop beer. You guys know that video? I vaguely remember it from when I was a wee little cheeser. Just a wee little cheese, one of them early YouTube kind of things. Oh, you only get a home at a certain level. Okay, that makes sense, that makes sense. Hello, hello my lady. Let us begin building our world. Mother Nature. I'll probably disappear in a bit, but I'll enjoy my time here while you're around. Yay! Enjoy your lurk, friend, then. Enjoy your lurk, then, friend. I suppose you didn't say that you're lurking. It's up to you, it's up to you. Oh, you tried to join in, and Steam said access denied. That's wild. Wait, do you think you could, like, just find the server name? That's so sad. Access denied. It's not like full or anything. Try on mobile. Try on mobile instead. If you did want to. Cause I'm pretty sure Glacier was able to do crossplay. Like, I don't know if that's the issue. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. Enjoy your lurk. All good. We got there in the end. I'll have to stop by sometime. Bonfires. Okay. I want to work in some ecosystems. Cold water. Cold water. Where do we build cold water? Thank you for the redeem, Planet. You got the booty Bluetooth upgrade? Wait, what? I did the tutorial. It's taking a minute to connect to my Twitch. The sponsored... Wait. Are you using the sponsored link? Oh, no. Yeah, I don't know. I hope it works out. Wait, how much is it? It's just one spark? That's not so bad. Is it B? Is that bee texture? Yeah, it's like goopy honey. Oh, interesting. Oh, you haven't tried to connect to the server yet? Interesting. Booty Bluetooth upgrade. Silly. Here, let's bring up the buzzbot command. Ayoyo's here! Ayoyo! Ayoyo! What a cute little avatar! You're so cute! You're so stinking cute! Oh, I wonder if there's anything I can help build here. I think I kind of got it all. Oh, with one. Oh, another thing. I wonder what this road's about. Sure is a lot of tall trees. Missing a couple though. Boop. Boop. Wait. He didn't leave those there on purpose, did he? I don't think he did. Little tulip friend. Beep. Oh, little friend. Oh, little friend. All of these little friends are so little friend. Beep, boop, boop. Beep, boop, boop. Okay, let's find somewhere to build a cold water ecosystem. I'm thinking over here near the ocean stuff. Wait. I've got another area for the cold water. You know, I probably already have, like, stuff set up for the cold water ecosystem. Is this all of it? Is that all I did? Cold water? Frozen lake, ice blocks, snow plains. Okay. I can't not do it? Okay. Then we're gonna go frozen lake. And let's grab this. Where's my cold water? Ice. Put ice there. Let's put water there. Arctic water. It doesn't get more cold water than this. I can put like a floating log on it? Sure. This flower has asked me to make a cold water ecosystem. And who am I to say no? Put some... just a little bit of ice here and there. I don't know. Cold water? Frozen lake. Ah, snow plains, sure. I need something else. Water? And snow. Oh! So the Arctic water doesn't count as cold water, does it? Okay, well... I suppose that's not a bad place to put, like, stuff over here. We just gotta let the biomes merge. Just gotta let it merge like that, right? Cold water. Oh, Ptolemy's in! Yippee! We did it! We've acquired cold water. Ah, what a beautiful place. It is literally snow and ocean water. Oh, there's that cute, lighthouse. Let's put it there. And a buoy. The buoy. And a raft. There we go. What have you next? A swamp castle? Swamp castle sounds fun. Swamp castle sounds fun. I haven't really used any of the swamp stuff yet. I love snow and ocean water. Ooh. There we go. Let's switch out icy stuff for the swampy stuff, and let's bring in the pondy stuff. What? I do wish this part of the UI was a little different. I really don't think you probably have to, like, swap them out like this. There's probably a better way of doing it that doesn't involve, like, going into an extra menu. Get swampy. Let's get swampy in here. Some swamp houses for all my sweet bog brothers to live in. Whoa. Some good fungi. Oh, and we need castle. Let's... Is there anything funny in the farm biome we can add? This guy. What? Oh, wait, who's doing that? Wait, that's sick! Wow. How sweet of Serena. Cyrena. Who was that? Yeah. Let's spread the love. Yay! Put a banner here. Turn that into a little gate. Swamp castle, swamp castle, swamp castle. Yay! Oh, we didn't need that there. Baby castle. Become grown-up castle. Did I accidentally steal your gifts? Oh, nah. We're good. We're good. And another tower here. There we go, and then let's... What swamp things can we add in here that are nice? Swamp castle, swamp castle! Full of swamp flowers. Excuse me. Tidy swamp flowers. A little bit of bog mud. Thank you, Ethereal. Swamp castle, swamp castle. Stump here and there. Yeah, I could dig it. Swamp stump. Some cattails. I love these fun guys. I hate that glorpy noise that it's making though. Anyway, that should be Swamp Castle, huh? Well, that's no good. Swamp Castle? We got swamp, we got castle. Swamp Castle! Yay! Lifelings are already moving in. Yippee! I'll steal gifts and eat them. Have you guys fed the dog yet? Has he eaten yet? Did somebody forget? He keeps talking about eating all kinds of different things. Okay, what's next? What's next, little flower? Muddy water ecosystem. That sounds fun. Let me see what everybody else is up to. Let's check in on everybody else. A little tent we can help build. It's such a fun little area. Let's see what Ayuyu is up to. What are you doing? What? What is that? Your quest. I believe in you. Give it a smile. Hi! Oh, we're all here. Be so cool. This game makes me want to take a nap. Very nappable game. It's so cozy. It's so cozy. A flower for you. Flower for you. Hmm? Pink. The emotes are so good. Let's see what Presmop's up to. This game is truly so cozy nap. It's so cozy nap fest. Wow, look at this little camping area. So cute. So cozy nappable. Oh, we have a take care we can do. I like the music in the take care area. It's nice. Well that's easy. Well that's easy. Hmm. 6 moves, not bad, not bad. Real brain scratcher. Real itchies for my brain. Misread, become a noble of the autumn court as become a noble of the autism court. This is gonna be the last stream to get in on the autumn court, by the way. Starting next stream on Monday, it'll be December, which means it's winter time. Winter time, time to get in on the winter time things, right? I'm not gonna put that much work into this one. I don't feel like it. I guess 12 isn't horrible. Kinda wanna redeem it a second time? Do you have all of the court things? Are you a member of all 4 courts? Like the Chaos Emeralds? Oh, you have all of them? Woohoo! Oh, you just haven't because it says 10 per season? That limit is because I only have so many VIPs I can give out, so it's not gonna actually be a problem. It is not actually a problem. That's the only reason there's a limit. Eight moves. I'll take it. Where are we chilling? What? Right here? A thing to do? A thing to do here? A thing to do there? I like these little pebble things. Ooh, maybe I can put them near my little haunted zone. Ooh, let's do this. This one's pretty tough. Which means that I'm going to not worry about it. the spoons I must use. Spare all the spoons I can. Use only the spoons that I must use. Little brown bunny, hello little brown bunny, hello little brown bunny. Ding, 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 ding. So cute. How dare you be so cute, little brown bunny. Empty spot here. Put a lantern there? Do I have lanterns yet? I don't have lanterns. Wait, where do you get lanterns? I don't know. What color's the autumn court roll exactly? Let's see. I mean, it's orange. If you go into, my Discord server, you'll see Elfie Bean, you'll see Ethereal Slate, Kalami, Ayuyu, they all have the, autumn court roll right now. They are all autumn court goobers. And you get that cool orange hat. Winter court is gonna be like a light blue. I don't know if anybody in the Discord right now has it as their, like, main color right now. Whoa. I just noticed somebody in my Discord server that I haven't talked to in a long time. Oh! Welcome, esteemed Lord Cryptid, to the noble autumn court of the Fae. You get 3 things. One of them is VIP in the channel. Shout out. What? Shout out. / VIP. Lord Cryptid. Someone said lantern. Hi, Prez. Oh yeah, there's a lantern. Thank you. Thank you. Second thing is the Discord roll, which also gives you access to a 15% off code for commissions and merch, and access to a secret Discord server where, oh, you happen to be doing a quest. Okay, rad. Also gives you access to a secret Discord channel where you and the other Fae Court nobles may speak about Fae Court things. Anywhere else? Nah, not particularly. Let's see, members. We'll look you up, Lord. There we go. Add you the Autumn Court Nobility roll. There we go. Welcome, esteemed noble. Do I refresh stream for the stream avatars for the hat? Nope, I can just add it to you. That's the 3rd thing you get. A cool hat for your stream avatar. I have to add it manually. Lord. Get the special stuff. Autumn Noble Crown. There we go! I've gone ahead and given it to you and applied it to your head immediately. There you go! Look at this goober! Whee! Welcome, esteemed noble. Welcome. Ayo! Cute. Okay. I'm gonna go through the notifications again. Mute that real quick. This is gonna. Oh yeah, my castle. It's coming along. You guys want to help me build this castle? Build the castle. Well, we're gone. Wait. Hi, Isaac. Smile. I got too cozy. Did you fall asleep? You fell asleep, had a dream, and I cameoed? Wait. What? B zone. Got some hills going. Well, and we're done. Based. Ah, I'm so glad that you were cozy. What? What was I doing in your dream? Or by my house? I didn't have any dreams now? Oh, okay, okay. Where'd my little swamp house go? I actually don't know. Buoys. Oh, what a delightful little area. Where did my swamp stuff go, though? Make these carrots aplenty. So cute! Ah, the little fairy ring village that Ethereal built is too precious. Too precious! It simply doesn't get more precious than this. That person set up their tent in the wrong spot. Put bigger grass over here. Your dream from this morning. Dream Me apparently didn't open his birthday presents for whatever reason. Till like months later when he finally did. There were cute little presents from you. Oh, that's crazy. Wait, what? Like what? What kind of presents? I would so give a present to Isaac. 100%. No doubt about it. Whoa, look at the little lifelings running around. Should I make the mushroom even bigger? No, that's okay though. So cute! Look at all these fairy rings. Where's the music? I would like the music. Yay, yay! Beep beep boop 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 beep boop boop beep boop 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 beep. One of them was like a little keychain of a sticky note with a little doodle. Wait, that's really cute. I would give you a Pharaoh Seed Pokemon Fit plushie. Cute, 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 cute. Wow, so much fun swampiness. No swamp. Where did my swamp zone go? I don't remember. Snail was also in the dream? Oh, or I made it. Is what you mean. A handmade keychain out of like sticky note? That's a cute idea. That's kind of a cute idea. Swap those. Doot. Doot. Like that. And then like that. 8 moves, not bad. I made the keychain. There was another one, but I can't remember what the second one was. If it does come to you, I'm curious. Because that's so cute. That's so cute and silly. Wow, I'm building my house. The music reminds you of the weirdcore music you listen to sometimes. I kind of know what you mean. How it's kind of like... It's a little bit ambient. It's like cute mobile game music, but it's also kind of ambient. Dream Me thought it was a sticky note covered in resin with a doodle of yours on it. Ah, interesting. It's a cute idea, that's for sure. What's this? I don't know what that is. Let's put a grass in it. I bet you this is muddy water. Swampy water. That's fine. I probably have to do like normal water plus mud in order to make the muddy water ecosystem. The other present was something similar with a doodle, but not a singular sticky note, like the whole thing. Like the whole sticky note pad? With a doodle on it covered in resin? Is that what it is? What's up, Tomo? You chirping? What? Where are you going? Having a floor adventure? Little Tomo floor adventure? What's this? This game, it's so easy to just like chill and do nothing in particular, you know what I mean? Like, we don't have to be productive. We only need to be as productive as we want to be. Oh, that's where my little swamp castle went. Yay! I'm gonna put a flag here. Swamp castle. Yay! Whoa, I had a Pop-Tart, but I'm still hungry. What a bummer. Oh my god, we've been live for 4 hours. I would like to make that muddy water ecosystem. So I'm gonna grab water, normal water. But then go to the swamp stuff and put the bog mud in it. Let's get some cattails. Get some lily pads or lily leaves. Little ecosystem. Muddy water. Yay! Yes! I haven't had a Pop-Tart since I was in elementary school. I had grocery store brand s'mores Pop-Tarts. Because I like them. It's like, I don't think you're in a way different time zone. Wait, I don't know if you are in a way different time zone or you just stream really late, but who West Coast? I don't know. Pop-Tarts are good. That's all I'm saying, I guess. Your timer program crashed, but your break's probably over. Real. Too real. I have a good Pomodoro. I like Pomodoro timers, but I'm not very good at like following them properly. Like, just the fact that there's like a timer ticking, just like, and there's a theoretical end to it, helps me stay focused. You know? It's not even about like sticking to the discipline of it, you know. Ethereal made French toast with milk bread. Ah, that sounds so tasty. That sounds so tasty. Can I have some? Can I have some pretty please? Pretty please. Up late as a West Coaster. I just imagine like a drink coaster. A drink coaster that's on like the west side of a compass. We've got an ad starting in about a minute. I appreciate you guys hanging around during the ad. Hanging around through the ad. I'll see you guys on the other side. On Together has been a godsend for that exact reason. Yeah. On Together, like, I honestly set it to do like 6 Pomodoro cycles. And all of them are 30 seconds. Give bread, smile. I wish I could make that face. Oh yeah, On Together is great. It's great. You guys could hop in a server together. Leo put the code in the gamer chat in my Discord server. What's up, Toma? What's up, little bird? I'm nervous for my ankles, that he might bite at them. It's okay. He's chilling on the legs of my chair right now. Apple trees. What? I understand why they put the invite button on the same, like in the same spot as the, join button, like the join build button. But you're showing off my Discord servers, man. OMG, is that Adele in chat? Is Adele in my chat? Lobby's still open. It'll probably be open till I decide to go to bed. Right on, right on. I've been starting to use it a little bit less often. Oh, Kindness Keeper's growing. A little bit less often because, oh yeah, my haunted castle. My haunted castle. Oh yeah, is there swamp things I can put in here? Funguses. Yeah. Just a little fungus here and there. Just to remind you I'm a fun guy. Fantastic. Oh. Your On Together crashed and wiped your save? That's such a bummer. That kind of sucks. I hope you can get it back. Like, I wonder if it might be possible. Stones. Mossy little stones. I do know that when the game fully comes out in January, save data from the demo probably won't carry over. I'm probably only gonna be able to play for so much longer tonight. Carrots! Yay, carrots! Yay, carrots! This is my home, huh? I doing? I'm not sure what else I want to do right now. I kind of want to just like go around and help other people. And the server for this game is gonna stay open even when I'm gone. Little Lola yo-yo. I want to put some cute pebble stacks in your sand area because I think they're cute. I hope that's okay with you. And coconuts. Whoops. That's fine. You can have a bonus coconuts. Whoa! I erased it. There we go. It's no big deal. I use it all the time. I'll have it back in like a week. It's just annoying. Ah, that's such a bummer. But it is really fun. It's super fun. I'm really excited for the full release. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. Whoa, pile of rocks. Some apple trees. Yeah, I don't have any ambitions right now in this game. Oh yeah, and if you build something that you're like, yippee! And maybe you want help or you want to show it off, feel free to go in the Discord server. There's a Communite channel that I made. So you can post your builds, talk about the game, whatever you want. Whatever you want. I wonder if it'll be a one-time purchase or still microtransactions. There's no microtransactions in On Together. Oh, we're talking about a different game, Snail. I like these little swamp houses. They're so cute. I thought you were talking about Communite. Yeah. I hope you can still keep your name as Yowie, because I think that's great. Ah, my swamp castle. I love my swamp castle. Oh, okay, let's do one more quest with this little flower and then let's get out of here, huh? I get myself some proper dinner. We can wind down and all that. Oh, I thought you were talking about booty. You always think we're talking about booty. Snowy camping ecosystem. Oh, I don't have like tents and stuff. Well, we'll just have to do more of Nuts' quest. I would like to do that over by the gnome castle. Just over here, just over here. Ooh. Build, build, build. Lots to help with. Okay. Snowy camping. Wait, no. Nuts quest. Yeah. She's so cute! Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Nuts quest. Hey again there, buddy. I've got a good idea for what we can build this time. Also, I have a badge I want to tell you about. Here? Where are we? Not over here, Stinky. No, Stinky. no. I gnome uptown. Sometimes I just process like a third of a conversation and try and join in. Dude, snail. Me too. Me too. This is a great waiting for the compiler game. The quest. Ah. What do you mean quest is already active? Oh, is it the ecosystem quest? No, it wouldn't be, would it? Build. There we go. Get some buttercups. I love the buttercups. I love the buttercups. They're so cute. Eee! I guess you guys know who my favorite Powerpuff Girl was. Womp womp. Lantern. Bubbles was my favorite. So, like, I can't even deny that. Like, have you seen me? Bubbles was my favorite. Oh wow, have I shown you all my badges? Let's go over all of them again just to be sure. This guy loves his badges, huh? Wow. Those are done. Let's free this little guy first. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know whether or not I'll be doing another Communite stream again. So I might as well use my points that I've got. Use them up right here. Bring this little guy to life. I'll probably still play now and then. It is a really nice take it easy, a real take it easy time waster, you know what I mean? Let's see our new friend we're gonna have. Let's see, let's see, let's see. I feel better. What a baby! What a cute little baby! Wait, we unlocked all these cute honeybee stuff. Wait, that's so cute! Honeybee stuff. Wow. Cute little honeybee heart. What? Yay! Cute! Little honey houses. Little honey houses and little honey hives. Little honeybees living little honey lives. If mouse was mice, if mouse is mice, then why not house is heis? I'm sure there's a reason. And I'm sure it has to do with, like, the etymologies of the words. What maybe, like, other language they came from. B. I want to make octagon shape. Neighborhood. Let's see, how do you make an octagon? It just looks like a circle. That's fine. Oh no! We're looking at hexagons! Dang it! It's supposed to be a hexagon! That's okay. It can be a circle. How cute. I can't believe it. Little honey houses. Little honey hives where little honey bees live their little honey lives. It's a full Latin versus Germanic versus Franco versus Anglo word origins fist fight to figure out why English is the way it is. Your head will hurt. I think it's neat. I simply think it's kind of neat. Is there something else interesting we can put here? Ooh, maybe we can put sunflowers. Three. Yeah. Neat, but also ow. I think linguistics is really interesting. I always didn't do great in English class, but it wasn't because my, like, grammar writing is bad. It's because the reading I was less fond of. Bottom right corner, top right corner. Little honey houses and little honey hives where little honey bees live their little honey lives. I think it's so cute. That little phrase that I made up. We're the opposite? You always liked reading better? I just think, like, grammar structure, the way languages have developed, the differences and similarities between languages, what languages say about, like, different cultures and stuff like that. You can see reading, the reading assignments always had essays to do with them. That's the issue. Yeah. Yeah. I just think grammar is neat. The different rules that go into it all. What a sweet little honey community. Hello, buddy. Joo. Hey, honey, so good to see you. So we both hated essays, just in different ways. Yeah, exactly. Joo. Oh, sweetie, you look lovely. Oh, she's so nice. And she has a little stinking flower on her head. Oh, the bee trees. Little honey houses and little honey hives. Little honey bees live their little honey lives. Oh, that's like my one cheesecake thought that I made. Little, no. A 2-inch tall camera with a 2-inch tall lens to take 2-inch tall pictures of your 2-inch tall friends. I don't know, there's something so cute about that. You're so cute. Yeah! Whoa, I'm missing something. Poopy pile. Look at this little friend that lives here. Hi! Boing, 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 boing. Brown bunny! What a sweet bee community. What? We have another friend. I wonder what we could get from this friend. Why did I pronounce that like Alan from Smiling Friends? I wonder what we could get from this friend. What? Mushrooms? Mushroom log? What? Not the ecosystems. So spooky. One more. Who are you? Who are you? Bee trees. I feel better. Oh. Silly rock friend with arrow rocks? What a groovy little track. Oh, it's gone. How fun! We all unlocked those, funny little arrow rocks and stuff. I wonder what that's about. What those are about. I do like the little fungus log, though. Where's fungus log? about all that we have time for today. I love the bee zone. We can go to our bee friend. We've befriended her. This is cute little honeybee trees. A sweet little area. What a sweet little area. We got bee yowie. Okay, that is all that I've got time for tonight. I gotta eat. I gotta go smooch my fiance. Take it easy. Probably work on some commissions. Is he the last airbender? Right. With the arrow on the head. But yeah. I notice when I zoom in more, music is a little louder. Sometimes. Hi, Moslet. We were honestly just about to wrap up for the day. I'm so sorry. It is a nice day for fishing. Actually, it's like really cold and it snowed today, actually. It's probably not a great day for fishing. Unless you're into fishing during winter, which has its own pros, I suppose. Different fish out, probably, or maybe I've just got Animal Crossing mindset. But it is lovely to see you today, Moslet. I'm sorry we're wrapping up right when you get here. But you can ask everybody else, and they'll confirm. We have been talking about it for a little bit. Let's go see who's live. What do I eat? Oh, Thanksgiving leftovers. Of course, of course. Let's see. I know Germa was live earlier. Is he still going? No, I won't raid Germa. I won't raid Germa. One of these days I will. One of these days I'm gonna do it. I'd like to raid Jazzy, but we already raided her recently. Okay, I've got one. I've got one. Some of you may already know her and be a fan. Some of you may know this chinchilla. This little chinchiller. We're gonna raid Gigi Mars. Gigi Mars is a silly little chinchiller PNG tuber. Today she's doing some art. She's doing a community giveaway OC, then onto Adopts. Late night edition. Exciting! Exciting! Fun stuff happening over on Gigi's channel. I'll have to see just what it is. Yeah, that's about it. Let's get our raid call going. I appreciate you guys hanging out today. It was really fun, even though it wasn't a sponsored. Booty fairies, not again, Buzzbot. Even though it wasn't a sponsored stream, it was still worth it to play the game and hang out with you guys. We really gotta do more like chill multiplayer games like that, you know what I mean? We gotta do that more often. It's Gigi, so let's do Boing Beans Cake. I think she'd appreciate that. Raid calls are super duper important. Raid calls are super duper important when we hydrate instead. Thank you, Isaac. When we raid out to somebody, Twitch only acknowledges us as viewers for certain analytics purposes when we send a message in their chat. Oh, hi Boxy. Hi Boxy. I was lurking in your chat. I was lurking in your stream. Oh, rad. That was somebody's membership going through. Rad. I was gonna raid you. Whoa, and then you saw that I was. Wait, what? I thought I had your stream open. Anyway, then I was like, no art. Yeah, I wasn't doing art today. I'll be doing art Monday though. Raid calls. Raid calls are super duper important. When we raid out to somebody's stream, Twitch only acknowledges us as viewers for certain analytics purposes when we send a message in chat. if we send a message in chat. I'll be here to support you. Woohoo! I appreciate you, Boxty. I gotta catch your stream again sometime. So we've got the sparkly one in chat that you can copy and paste into Gigi's chat when we get there. Or we got the one with the bouncing beans that you can use if you're a subscriber. Let's get that raid started. GG Mars. Again, it was so fun hanging out with you all. We might play more Communite on stream sometime. I'll probably be playing like a little bit here and there just on my own time. Monday, I'm gonna do a paint along stream. Another paint along stream. We're gonna find something else fun to paint. It's gonna be a great time. I'm excited. I've been really enjoying the paint along streams, and everybody's been so nice. Everybody's been so nice about them. My family was like, your studies are actually incredible. And I was like, huh? No way. But maybe that's just me seeing everywhere that I could improve with them. But let's keep sharpening up them skills, huh? I'll see you guys on that paint along stream on Monday when we get to GG stream, which is an 18+ stream, by the way. Remember to send in the raid call. You got skills? Shucks, Isaac, you're too kind. Send in the raid call, throw her a follow, and be super cool and nice because she deserves it, okay? She's epic chinchiller. I've known her for a while. She's cool. Remember to always love yourselves, love each other, and love the world. Bye-bye, friends. Bye. Oh, right on my shoulder. How sweet. Swoop. I dodged your pet. Hee hee.